Okay, I believe the tech thing is all set up. And I get a heart. What exciting times. Lucky river for me, but I did have a 5 or a 10 also to win. Excuse my coffee throat. I was in Hanoi last week where the air quality, like there was a lot of pollution. And I played tennis for a couple hours. I'm pretending like it's tennis's fault, but really I spent the last week partying. And then my body is like, yo, we need some more sleep. But it was my birthday, and my friends I've been traveling with forced quite a few shots on my birthday. And now we have to live with these repercussions. It's funny, I have the urge to talk about, like, strategically what I'm doing, and I have to just keep remembering it would not be good if I, like, tell my opponent what I have in a given situation. Ace high call always feels good. Wasn't an easy spot though. We have a full table already. Action's a little quick today. Maybe people saw how easy I was to beat yesterday. Good start early. Let's just keep this up for the entire time. Elkin Ching, I see, had a different avatar than yesterday. It looks like the people. My camera wasn't on. It surprises people that I am struggling with technology. I was just pointing out that Elkin Ching has a different avatar from yesterday. I'm into these avatars here. Gonna make a conservative fold. But I will rabbit hunt. Didn't flop anything. Like I said yesterday, it's funny how that feeling of like, what would I have hit never goes away. I like in modern online poker that you could rabbit hunt. If I were suited, I definitely would have played. Ace-10, I would have played. King-10, I was a little bit worried about being dominated. Unlike yesterday, there's going to be a translator WhatsApping me, so I would be more than happy to answer any questions that people have. So if like you have anything, I gotta say, like, I don't know if everyone can see this, but on my screen, it's like, you have received a like from so-and-so. Feels nice. Interesting challenge playing with 3 blinds. So normally I play poker with an ante, and I only play poker with a blind. So this is a very different format that I'm accustomed to. Like, I'm in the smallest of 3 blinds. What do we even do in this situation? Nobody knows. There was a time the 3 blind game was popular. Actually, in like full ring, it's popular, but shorthanded, it's different. Maybe I played it at the Bellagio. Like, it used to be like a 10, 20, 40 game quite a while ago. I guess straddling is more of a live concept. You see it I've seen it in tournaments, like only a couple of times. Okay, this guy re-raised me twice. I'm taking note of it. I'm on a touchpad rather than a mouse, which is, I'm aware, is unprofessional. There are times you can't get the exact bet size that you want, but you know, it doesn't actually matter. I did not mean to leave such a tiny amount behind. I hope he didn't hit ace king. Yeah. A lot of online players like to leave tiny amounts behind. Like to leave tiny amounts behind. But imagine if you accidentally timed out and folded for like 1 tiny % of the pot. Sneaky play by me here. Let's see how it goes. There's a good bit of dead money in there. And it looks like it's a totally dead hand. I think that was a pretty clever play, gotta say. And like, so Queen 10 suited, say, get called by Ace King. It's a hand that has a pretty realistic chance of winning. When I had the jacks 2 hands ago, I'm going to do a little stretching just because I like to stretch. I don't know. But with the jacks before the flop, like, I don't think when I re-raise a short stack there, the person is often going to think I have, like, total garbage. And similarly, like, I think hand ranges just narrow in a little bit. But I thought jacks was too good of a hand to fold, so I could take a flop in position and proceed accordingly. And then on the flop, I just kind of think my hand is too good to do anything else. I will be one moment. So I just got to the Hawaiiana Resort and Hotel in Hoi An, and my plan was to order pho before the stream started, but things got a little bit delayed. The driver was late, and the order didn't quite come in as quickly as I had hoped. So it'll have to be later for me. But I will say, Hotel Elite seems absolutely beautiful. If we were to look out the window that way, and you open the door, I think they're singing karaoke outside. So we have a raise and a call. Now I'm going to fold. take a few bites of this pho because I haven't eaten dinner yet. So limp, raise. I will take a few bites and then get back to giving poker my full attention. But I got to say, I've been really enjoying the pho out here. It is not like we have in North America. With the ace-9 suited in the previous hand, I think re-raising is a valid option the first time too. I would mix up the two plays. I was supposed to get into the hotel an hour earlier, but there was some travel hiccups, as often happens. I was in Saigon this morning, also known as Ho Chi Minh City. I'm actually a bit confused when sometimes it's referred to as Saigon. Like, I'm aware, like, some political things have happened, and, like, with the ruler and all of that. But I believe over time there have been changes in what it's gone by. Despite being a person who's been traveling the world since I was 18 for poker, I'm 34 now. I had my birthday a couple days ago. All in bet. For whatever reason, something about time zones just really breaks my brain. So something about time zones breaks my brain, and I almost showed up yesterday. Like, Taiwan time to Saigon is a 1 hour time difference, but I added instead of subtracted. For whatever reason, I can just never do it. I think this is just a good hand to fold onto the gun. I would play if I was suited. Raise, call. I'm gonna call. So 9 into 16. I'm gonna call that about 60% of the pot. I'm gonna call. The guy makes a good fold. So I'll discuss a little strategy. So the board was Jack 6-4. The board was Jack 6-4. And then turn 5, completing the flush. Even when I called in the big blind, I had more spade combinations. Like, I'm the most likely of the players to have a hand like, well, I guess the 5 came in, but say like 9-3 of spades or whatever, which unless he's a very loose opener, he won't have. And then he bets like bigger on the flop. He's so like when I call, a lot of the hands I will have come in, and on top of that, so it's Jack 6-4-5. Any 3 or 7 is a 1 card up and down straight draw, which generally means like if I had a hand with a pair and a 7, now I have an up and down straight draw. So like that's referred to as having equity. So when you have more equity, often but not always, you get like you can bet. Hey Dan, big fan here. May I ask what your poker study routine looks like? Wonderful question. I'm gonna fold this hand on the button. The most frequent form of studying that I do is I play a hand. I'm gonna make a tight fold here. So like say in that situation, I play a hand. I'll look it up, which known as into a program that's known as a solver, aka a computer. And basically, if you are diligent about the things that you put in, it can give you a good guess as to how the hand is supposed to work. I used to be a chess player, and the engine in chess became better than humans. So it became a thing where you look at your hands with the computer after the fact. In poker, we are approaching that, where you look up a hand and you're like, huh, I wonder, like, let's just say I'm curious whether betting a pot-size bet or an over bet, like I did, was a little bit better. So I try to review every interesting hand that I play. I actually have a pretty bad memory. So one of the things that I do, I write down the hand, either in a notebook, which I prefer, or on my cell phone if I don't have a notebook or whatever. Sometimes it's easier to use technology. But I write it down, and then after fact, I look it up. And then I just try to remember what I did right versus wrong. Okay, call with the backdoor flush draw and the straight draw, and then he turned to up and down, certainly committed. So one of the things that I do is I review all the hands that I play, especially if it comes up in a big situation. And then as I get more hands, you're like, oh, if the board is 8-3-2, hijack versus big blind. Interesting. The computer says that using the big size is better. And then like in future situations, like I'll try to remember it. And no one has like a perfect memory of all the situations, but maybe the board will be 9-4-3 and you've looked up 8-3-2. And there you might be able to remember the mechanic of like, okay, early position versus big blind, size up. And then ideally, you're like, you want to use a bigger bet size on the flop. I guess when you bet bigger on the flop, you put a hand, you put it like ace high immediately gets into a tough situation, or a pair of 2 or 3s, or even in some situations, like say it's 8-3 deuce, and I put out a really big bet out there. If you have 8-7, you're not feeling great about the situation. Like I'm representing a better hand. And then you have to face 2 more bets out of position. So that, I'd say, is like the most common way of studying. Something I've been doing this week is I go on Zoom calls with Isaac Haxton, whom I think is in the discussion for best player in the world and potentially could go down as the best ever. Like he's had a very long and successful career. And like we take turns discussing hands. Sometimes we look at the computer. Sometimes we discuss tendencies. We kind of like quiz each other. I find it easier and fun to review hands with a friend. It doesn't really feel like work. It just becomes like kind of socializing. Good luck to the all-in player. It's the opportunity to triple up. Sometimes this, Queens is in a great situation here. Another thing that I do is just sometimes I take time. So now there are pre-flop charts of most situations that arise. And sometimes I do just take time trying to remember them or study them. I folded the 9 there. It's not a hand I really wanted to draw to, because even though I had a gut shot, if a jack comes, an ace has me dead. So it's also possible I'm in a really bad situation. So I thought it was prudent to just get out of the way. So like being aware of the pre-flop, or let's just say like small blind goes all in for 13 blinds and I have king 4 offsuit, like in a tournament. I will try to be mindful of like, I think this is what you should do, but I'm not sure. It's very different than how poker used to be. Like 10 years ago, a lot of poker study used to just be, like we didn't have a way to actually get the answers. We were just like trying to work it out on pen and paper. So it was quite different. So it's interesting being through the game through like multiple phases. Made a good re-raise. You put me in a tough situation. If we had a bigger ace, I'd be in trouble and I'm out of position. Ace 5 suited is generally a good hand to get aggressive with. I hope that I answered your question about how to go about studying poker. And again, the re-raise with 9-3 offsuit. We got a game brewing. Yeah, thank you for asking the question. It makes it more enjoyable for me that I feel like I'm engaging with people and rather than just like talking to myself. One of the things I've discovered this trip is that I legitimately love noodle soups. And I thought maybe I would just take a few bites and do the rest in 4 hours. I just can't leave this sitting there. Years ago, I remember posting on Twitter that I thought pho was just way better than ramen for all situations, and now I have seen the error of my ways. Always sneaky when you check raise as the pre-flop raiser. Hey, ace is an interesting turn card. I don't take insurance. I'm here to gamble. Big pot brewing. Let's see if we could hold. I was hoping my opponent would take the bait and bluff the scare card. I mean, the 6-3, I'm not going to lie, is... I mean, it's a gambling call pre-flop, but sometimes people are here to gamble and go for it. And then on the King 5-4 up and down straight draw, and then he tried to represent the ace. I was just hoping that there were enough bluffs you could have that could make it so like I didn't want to like call and be out of position on the river. I thought there were a lot of draws, like you could have 3-6, 6-7, any flush draw. Could just be bluffing with a pair. Given he just played the 9-3 offsuit, maybe I thought like I just thought kind of the pot was dang 4-5 meaning check jack. I just kind of thought my hand was too good, and I'm gonna fold this. It's a problematic hand multi-way, and this guy just keeps re-raising me every time. So see how that jacks first 4-5 win. Bet, call, check, check. Yeah. Seems totally reasonable. I don't want to raise with this stack size because then with like the 3,000 behind, like I make it 600 and I'm kind of committed. I also just think generally in a no ante game, being a little prudent is necessary. Man, I love this pig avatar. Special shout out to David in the chat. Cool to know that people are watching. Fun to be supported. All in and a call. Oh my goodness. I was hoping to trap one of the players behind, obviously. I was very excited. I thought a big pot could have been brewing. Oh my goodness, and he would have won. And also, okay, he's calling a raise with anything. I think it's a funny observation. So when I had like the king, queen, and the king, 5-4, ace. I wonder if me dropping the chopsticks was a tell. Doubled up 2 hands in a row. This guy's back in action, possibly in the positive. Cow coming in for the raise. I wonder how puns work in other languages. Like, I want to make a bad joke. He's going to make some moves. So, like, moo, M-O-O, and moves is M-O-V-E-S. But I think that won't work in other languages. Which is a shame because I love puns. I'm going to make a conservative hold. Gonna fold it. Apologies for texting. Phone addiction's a real thing. $1,900 into $2,490 takes it down. This guy's playing a lot of hands. Some people, when they, like, let's just say you're a conservative player, you can't have 6-3 or 2-4 or whatever. But this guy, given he's shown down some much more speculative hands, could actually have decent sized bet into 2 players, representing something pretty good. I'm going to try to turn this pig into bacon. It feels funny to be cognizant of like my demeanor when I play online poker. When normally, if like a good card happens, you can go, oh, woo. Oh, that's a bummer. Pipped. I thought I could have had the best hand. He could have missed his draw or whatever. This is just act like one of the worst hands I could possibly have. I kind of feel like I'm getting bluffed. Had a feeling it was that. Sometimes you get got. I thought a pair on the board would be a better hand to call with than 2 jacks, but maybe just like calling with everything. I mean, when I say that, like, against certain players, you try to think in a game theory sort of way. Like, the common way of thinking is like, ooh, he raised the last hand. Is he going to do it 2 hands in a row? Like, that sort of thing. And as people get better and better, that becomes less relevant and just like, okay, if the board's ace, 10, 9, queen, king, queen is a decent hand to call with. And you just be like, I'll call with king, queen, or full jacks. So you have cutoff somewhere and you play your strategy. Tough situation. And also, somebody's got to just tip the hat to the guy. I made a weak-looking bet. He sniffed it out and made a big move. Maybe he just outplayed me. Despite the fact I've been playing poker for so many years, I'm very, very competitive. Not gonna lie, I don't like losing. I discussed this a little bit yesterday, but like, so I'm in for 20,000 and I have 10,000 in front of me. So in poker world, that's stuck. Like, I previously had a little bit more money than I do. And like some people would say, it's like, oh, it's just all one long session. Don't worry about it. It doesn't feel like that, you know? I think it's interesting the effect that poker has on my mood. Like short-term variance affecting how I feel. Given all these years, it shouldn't happen, but I prefer to be winning. Okay, so people are asking about the king-queen hand. The stream is on a 5-minute delay, just so you guys know. I went too far back. Sorry, I'm just not that used to this software yet. My memory was better. Let's check. Here we go. So it's there is a thing called a mixed strategy. Sometimes in poker, your best option is to mix it up. Which means sometimes you might raise, and other times you might call, or sometimes you check, sometimes you bet. And that's just because your strategy just can't simply be every time you have a good hand, you bet, and every time you have a bad hand, you check, because then your opponent is going to steal the pot from you whenever you have it. So you often mix it up. So on King 5-4, I like to mix up between betting and checking there. Checking has the added benefit of, say, button bets. You kind of put the big blind in a precarious situation. So like I check, button bets. The button might think their 4 or 5 is just the best hand. Or like even have a hand like 8-7 and just be like, maybe I can raise and take it down right here. And then I'm like setting a trap for them. And then when the opponent folded, I mean, king-queen is just a strong pair. I think my opponent is unlikely to have ace-king in that situation. Is unlikely to have ace-king, given he just called pre-flop. It's possible I'm wrong about it. But my thought, which, and also, you know what, if you have ace-king, you win my money. Happens. But I think I likely have the best hand. He has a pair of 5s, 4s. He might still continue. Any flush draw, good straight draws. The ace is a scare card, but also realize for him to hit the ace, either he has ace 4 or ace 5, which is reasonable. But if you could have ace 4 or ace 5, I think that you could have the other 4s or 5s and be deciding to represent. Like, I thought it was definitely a tough situation. But I just decided, like, by making it 2200 and my opponent called, pot's kind of big at that point. I wasn't going to go all in on the turn. I was just going to keep betting. And I was playing the player a little bit. Like, I knew that he was a bit more aggressive and we had some history. Wow, this dude just set me on fire. Excuse me. Just gonna keep him honest with the queen. You could have a 10 or a flush, maybe even a better queen, but I'm not folding. Or just nothing. One of the benefits of checking back the flop is you might induce bluffs. I'm going back to the king-queen situation. I thought it was funny that I dropped my chopsticks. Like, normal. Could it be a coincidence? Maybe. Maybe I just got scared that the ace came. We'll never know. There's some broth now on my laptop. I'm such a bad professional. I am slightly disappointed that that guy was my most likely opportunity to get to play a really big pot today. Maybe he'll come back. Tight player, just going to fold. So I don't speak any foreign languages. Like a very tiny bit of Spanish, but like not even enough to get by. I can like order some food. And the thought crossed my mind is there are certain phrases in various languages that don't literally translate to what they mean. Like I had the thought yesterday. I got caught bluffing. And in English, you might say that you got your hand stuck in a cookie jar. And then I just realized there was a translator typing in about, I'm like, I wonder if this phrase if it works in other languages. So that is always interesting. Again, I've been in Vietnam for the last couple of weeks, like conversing with people in foreign languages is tough. I took this yoga class, and the instructor was like very self-conscious about thinking about bluffing at me, but I'm just going to give up. There's 4 ways. I thought it was just so likely that somebody just happened to have a heart in their hand. You can't just bluff every time on a 4 flush board. And like the more players that are in the hand, the less often you should bluff. But this woman was like describing yoga poses in her non-native tongue, like embarrassed that she wasn't better about it. I remember thinking, like, I don't even know what these poses are called in English. The fact that you're doing it in your other tongue, I'm super impressed. I definitely respect people who are good with languages. It's never something I did growing up, so it's very challenging for me. And again, excuse my sniffles. Tiny bit under the weather. The big poker tournaments start here in Vietnam on the 1st. So I have 3 days where I'm just going to rest and do the spa and sauna and just like really get into top health. And then hopefully in 3 days I am primo and ready to go. Question: what was your biggest downswing and how did you overcome it? First, I'm going to come in for a raise. That's what's known as a semi-bluff. So like I only had 9 high. And I wanted to steal the pot, like maybe make him fold. Maybe I'll fold a pair of 8s, maybe a 2, maybe just whatever bigger hand you had. Like, but it's good to bluff with semi-bluff because then you have like, I guess I'm gonna improve on the river to like 30% of the time. And if the straight comes in, it's really disguised. So what was my biggest ever downswing? There are multiple ways that you could take the question. When I was younger, I have gone broke. I was 18 years old, and I got robbed for my last $10,000. I didn't have enough money to pay for my next semester at college because some guy just taken my money and ran off with it. I borrowed some money from a friend. I started playing $1, $2 USD. And actually that month, I turned that $4,000 into like 40,000. I started playing 1-2, kick the butt. Started playing 2-4. A couple months later, I was playing high stakes. Recall. I've gone through bigger downswings at the time. One of the most important things that you are mindful about your bankroll management. This guy has played a lot of hands. 11,000. I've got a bad feeling. So at that time, like many years ago, $10,000 was all the money that I had. And now I'm playing, always feels good to make a big fold. Had a feeling that the guy had a big hand. When he bets very big into 2 players, like it looks like we're sticking around. And then that other guy could have me beat 2, so like, very satisfying. He has to fade a heart or 5. I'm going to avoid being results-oriented and seeing that I would have turned, oh my goodness, I would have tripled up. That's called being results-oriented. Like, the fact that I would have won objectively, like you just try to make the right decision and the results speak for themselves. Another example of that. Say you get 2 aces in against 7-5 offsuit. The guy hits 2 7s. It's not like you regret getting in all your money with the 2 aces. honestly, it's one of the biggest challenges in poker about like knowing what the right play is and thinking about like in most things. I'm gonna fold. In most things, if you make the right action, you generally get rewarded and you get positive feedback for it. But in poker, you play a bad hand, you win sometimes. And you think, oh, maybe I should keep playing big hands. Or you play a good hand and you lose. Just kind of separating the signal from noise. And it's just so complicated because even there, just because he happened to have two aces, imagine there's a universe where he almost never has a good hand and he just happens to have a good hand here. So like balancing like the results versus like the theoretically right play. Excuse me. It's one of the reasons like studying with the solver is good. But like the solver also only says what like a great player, quote unquote, should do. It doesn't actually mean what this guy actually would do in practice. But anyway, my biggest downswing. In terms of dollar terms, the last couple of years, so like 2 years ago, gambling went well, and just like in every sort of way I could have had good fortune, I've had good fortune. Sports betting and poker and cryptocurrency and this and that. And then I was extra flush with cash. And then when I have more money sitting around in my pocket, I'll, like for very big tournaments, I take on investors. But when I have more money in my pocket, I might put up more and more of that 100,000, and then also maybe, and then kind of all at once, everything started going poorly. So I went through a stretch of losing. One of the ways that you deal with this is with bankroll management. Like, there are mathematical formulas that tell you what is the right amount of the bankroll to bet in various situations. You would take investors for big tournaments. Sometimes players swap with each other. Moving down in stakes is like generally a smart thing to do, but it's also just something I don't do. Some players find it easy to play a $100,000 tournament and lose and go play a $1,000 tournament. I'm not one of them. I'm going to make a tight fold here. But sorry, it's just a technical difficulty situation. But you take on investors, you swap, you can move down. Playing in smaller games to regain confidence is a cool thing. In tournaments, so the variance in tournaments is just so rough that you could lose, not cash, say 30 times in a row through no fault of your own. I would advise that, like, say, let's just say you normally play this 100-200 game, and you've been losing. You normally play this 100-200 game, but you've been losing. Maybe you'll go down to the smaller game and just like regain confidence, get some wins under your belt. And I don't generally do that, but I think it's smart. You know what? I did do a tiny bit of that, just like playing smaller games and like kicking butt is just like good for confidence. My opponent can see me. I have to be mindful of not giving off tells. Very bad turn card. The flush came in. So playing smaller stakes, getting some confidence. One, it just feels good to start winning again. Tight fold. Feels good to win. You can beat up on weaker players. And also like emotionally not playing your best. I'll be more likely to study and like review hands to try to be mindful about it. And also I kind of just play through it. I'm actually a big believer in momentum. So like when I'm winning, I feel more confident. And I guess there's even another benefit. Like you play in smaller games and you're more likely to win. You do. But I just try to keep playing, keep plugging. And eventually I hope to get to a point where like just by chance you keep playing, eventually you're winning, your confidence comes up. So I mostly just come and play through it. I think motivation is an important part of poker. And interestingly, I generally feel very motivated to play poker after I'm traveling. I've had that a few times, like when I went to Japan a couple of years, and by the way, I absolutely love Japan. It's one of my favorite places. I came back, I was just like so fired up to play poker. And even being on this trip, I was on vacation for a couple of weeks, touring Vietnam, like I said. And at some point along the way, I was just like getting fired up to come get here and play. So yeah, I guess to summarize how to deal with downswings is you review your play. Sometimes that might even mean like take a break, like if you lose a very painful pot. In that moment, you might not be in your most stable wits. So a break might be prudent. But playing when you feel it, don't be afraid to move down, keep reviewing your hands. And it also helps to just have people that, like, if you have friends whose game that you respect, that they would tell you if you're not playing good, and reviewing and studying more, perhaps when you're losing. And again, thank you for the question. It makes the process more enjoyable, more fun. It's good, something to think about. actually thought the very quick check on the turn was weak. But I was like, you know what? I have a flush. I'm just going to funnel money in. If I had a bigger flush, and I wouldn't be as worried about like getting sucked out on, like king, queen of spades, maybe I could check behind. But that one, I think my hand needed some protection to bet. Well, if he has kings or queens or tens with a spade or any jack, I don't think he's going to fold. I'm going to fold this from the smallest of the 3 blinds, but from other positions I would play. There's a camera right here. Whenever I do Zoom calls, I hate having my camera on. Like, I don't like seeing my own face. I find it very distracting. But it's just the situation. So I'm talking, I'm like, oh, what is my mouth doing? And I'm touching my face, so I'm thinking about it. It's funny. Oh, and I guess the other thing is how to deal with downswings. So, like, let's just say, like, the way that you typically, like, if you decided that you want to risk 1% of your bankroll in every tournament, which, I'll be honest, is a little bit aggressive, but not crazy. It also depends if it's live or online. For an online tournament, that would be way too much. I would say you want, like, 500 or 1,000 buy-ins. But, like, also, then if you're, like, gambling in, like, a big tournament once a year, it's less of a thing. Challenging question. Everyone's situation is different. If you have a family, you have to be more cognizant of, like paying the bills and making sure you can afford rent and that sort of thing. Gotta sit with bad posture for a couple minutes just to be comfortable. Bad habit. But like constantly be reevaluating and like the downswing situation. Like, okay, previously like my bankroll was $10,000, and I was playing $100 tournaments. Now my bankroll's down to $5,000. Maybe that means if you keep playing $100 tournaments, if you keep playing $100 tournaments, in that situation, I actually thought the way that I acted, like I physically looked weak, so I didn't want to re-raise. Kind of funny. I considered it though. I thought I'd tip my hand as weak somehow by like being unsure what to do. But if you previously have $10,000 and you're down to $5,000, now when you're using like a smaller amount of it, 1% of 5,000 is now 50. So gamble smaller as your money goes down. I guess also I go through periods where like sometimes I gamble pretty big on sports and other stuff. And as I'm losing, I will be like less inclined to gamble on other things. Keep my money in poker. Similarly, like I'd been on a downswing. I wanted to be. I liquidated some investments so that I would be able to. I'm just gonna fold this. Have more cash on hand to keep gambling with. Be right back. Wanted some more vitamin C. Generally, I've been quite impressed with the quality of fruit in Asia, and I've been exposed to some new ones I've never seen before. But I gotta say, this orange juice, nothing special. Again, guys, thank you for the questions. It makes it more enjoyable for me. Otherwise, all I can fixate is on the fact that I'm down 9,137 RMB. Make a tight fold. I have the desire to play loose hands and put on a good show for you guys, but I also don't like the idea of playing. I just don't like to get in the habit of playing hands badly. I rarely play poker as like a social game. I just generally try to do the best thing. But I understand it's more exciting if I call these 3 suited. But imagine if I'm playing 100K next week, and I just get in the habit of playing bad. No, I'll be honest. I'm not sure that it's... I think it fold is good, but I'm not certain. If I had a slightly bigger connector, I would have played. But 5-6 suited is way better than 2-3 suited. Because on 5-6 you can have 2-3-4. And on 2-3, I mean you could have ace-5-4, but you could only have, you can't go -1. 5-6 just makes way more straights than 2-3. This was a little bigger, I would call. And there's also the added benefit of 5-6 versus 2-3. A pair of 5s is just better than a pair of 2s, you know. I switched to min raising. I mean, I did that a while ago, but just wanted to vocalize it. I think it's a good strategic option. I don't always min raise though. Yes. Oh, the question. Audience, do you spend a lot less time studying now compared to before? When I was 23, 24, poker was just definitively the most important thing in my life. I spent basically every day on it. Ace turn card is interesting. Dang. I was hoping he just had a different ace. And I'm just going to like now make the mental note that this guy raised the ace-5 in the small blind, and it's not a bad play by any means, but it's just a noteworthy one. I think betting the flop is also a reasonable play too. I don't think I could fold the turn even on the scare card. He could just be bluffing and steal it. And if I hit a 2, I think it's likely that my 5 is good, and I would expect the gut shot to be strong, and just too much hand to fold at that point, in my opinion. But yeah, there was a point when I was playing as much as I could. I was studying. I just played every day, and like a lot of time, like, more time thinking about it. And I think the trade-off is I was one of the best players in the world at the time, and why I'm still quite good. You know what? I'm just gonna fold it. Even here, I'd be in like kind of a precarious situation. I do spend less time on it, and I guess right now, I have a lot of other things that I am. This is a good bet size that this player is using. It would be interesting to see if he shows down. 9 is an interesting river card because the straight comes in. Very quickly going for a small check raise. I'm going to guess that the imposition player is ace-queen. No. Oh, wow. Set of 6s. The other guy, I mean, should have folded the turn, I would say, but, you know. I do spend less time studying than before. I mean, some is, I just generally think I have quite a good idea of how to play right now. And just generally, I have a lot more hobbies and other interests than I used to. Got a little bluff through, it's always nice. You only have so many hours in a day. It comes ebbs and flows, and I mean, like, over the next couple weeks, I will be playing a ton of poker and reviewing it, and I've been studying leading up to it. And then when I have like more of a dry spell, I'll sometimes spend less time on it. Good question. I try to be sharper for big tournaments, and I guess it also depends on what I have going on in my life. But years ago, my personal relationships and my mental and physical health and like other hobbies were all way behind what I viewed in the importance of poker. And now I'm like accepting that poker is part of my life, and I would say I think a lot of it was I had a strong desire to make a lot of money when I was younger, and having made a chunk of money, it's less of a need. I think I'm a bit less financially motivated than other people. Interested to see what this guy does now. But when I was motivated to make a bunch of money, great desire to study. And I guess also I've just been doing it for so long too. It's a little bit less, I find it a little bit less interesting. And I used to really enjoy the part of the game of like pioneering strategies. I'm gonna get cozy on the bed for a few minutes. I used to enjoy like pioneering strategies. And this guy correctly identifying, based on this texture, you go into a small bet. Paired boards on multi-way pots very often. So you want to play. You bet smaller on paired boards typically. I mean, yeah, this guy's played some poker. I predict he calls. Oh. This guy's got moves. Speaking of moves. Great flop from my hand. And 10 jack, 8 king, or diamond. It'd be better for me if he had 2 7, because then more 8s in the deck. I might shove, kind of like a squeeze play. I think it's a good aggressive option. Oh, but yeah. So, I mean, there's only so many hours in the day. I spend time on my mental health every day. I like to work out a lot. Spend time with my friends. When I was younger, I really just viewed poker as like my most important thing. And as such, I didn't spend as much time doing other things. And sometime along the way, I realized I don't want poker to be my entire life. I want poker to just be a part of my life. I guess on that note, I run a charity called Double Up Drive, doubleupdrive.org. I used to have issues with mental health and depression in myself. And I once went through an experience where like I felt myself overcoming it and accepting myself for the first time. And it just felt so good to like get through this. I wanted other people to have a similar experience. And I thought because I had been such a great poker player that perhaps I would be more likely to, like compared to the typical person, I thought I had good access. So this was like 8 years ago. It's been hugely successful. We've raised $26 million for a bunch of great causes, and I think I would encourage y'all to go to doubleupdrive.org and reach out if you have any questions. Poker is inherently a selfish game. What I mean by that, like for me to win, say like Snail Guy has to lose. If we play in a heads-up pot, and I wanted to make sure that I was leaving a positive impact in the world. And by creating this charity, I'm very happy that I now have the avenue to do so. Is my family and friends supportive of my decision to become a professional poker player even before I was successful? I mean, to be blunt, no. I was an 18-year-old kid who dropped out of college to pursue poker. It was definitely not what my parents expected. I don't know how it is across other cultures for sure, but in the US, it's very much expected that, like, smart people or like people on the path to becoming successful, like you start by getting a degree and then you get a career. On that path just like didn't seem for me. I also was paying for school myself, and it was like $40,000 a year USD. it just didn't seem worth it. But I mean, to be honest, whether or not anybody was supportive, I didn't really care what they thought. I loved it. I thought it was fun. I wanted to play. I wanted to be good at it. I wanted to get rich. I thought I always had like a deep rooted confidence in myself, even before like the results were indicative of that. Even before I started winning, I always thought I was going to be very good. I was a quite successful chess player. I'm going to go back over here. Shout out to my friend Alan, who just texted me in the chat. Cool to see that my friends are watching. I'm a fidgeter. I like playing with toys. I mean, maybe it's not a toy, but you know, things. But I was a good chess player. As far as juniors go in America, I was top 10 for my age at 15, 16 years old. Chess was a very serious game, and like everyone like tries their hardest and is like very much trying to win. And I saw poker on TV, and it just seemed quite different than that. You have guys drinking. You would have guys playing very bad hands, and just in chess, when you play somebody, it's like a serious game where people are trying to win, you know? So by comparison, I was like, well, if I was good at this game, imagine I could do poker. And like, when I started poker, like at the level I'd gotten to in chess, for me to improve as a chess player, it was like such like fine-tuning, like very challenging things. And while like every time I played poker, there was just some very low-hanging fruit, as in like easy strides to improve. Every time I played, I was getting better. It was very satisfying. And you're playing low-level games, you're just playing against weak players. I think it's part of the reason I enjoy tennis so much is that like I'm still at a low level, and it's like still much more satisfying to improve. I guess generally, it is fun to go from like beginner to novice but wow, Cowboys. Not gonna lie, I briefly considered re-racing the 4-3, but I thought I wanted a hand a little bit more connected, like for the reasons we discussed earlier. Like those really low connectors aren't that good. But if I had even 5-4, I probably would have played. But yeah, going from like great to improving is just like it's just like hard work. And to be honest, it's one of the things I feel about poker now. Like when I'm improving at poker, I'm just like really fine tuning some of like the nuances of the game. A long-winded way though. Going back to the original question, people weren't supportive. I just didn't care. Like I would have preferred that they were supportive than weren't. Or maybe even on some level, I enjoyed like quote unquote having like a chip on my shoulder. Good question, and thank you. I imagine like culturally that would make a difference too. Like, I imagine in some cases, people are much more concerned about what their family thinks. So the king queen went bet, bet, check when the flush came in. Seems reasonable. Um, 10 jack, too much hand to fold. Yeah. As a general strategy rule, I don't think coming in by a call tends to be like the best way to play. Like, it's not a disaster, but I would just say as a rule of thumb, if you're in any position other than the small blind, if you're going to play, come in for a raise, and then once other players raise, then calling is just more of an option. I think it's one of the more common mistakes of beginning players. Trying to add on some money. More interesting to play deep stacked. All in for not that much into a bigger pot. When the flush comes in, one of the toughest spots in poker when you know you're probably beat, but you have a big hand. So, like, when somebody bets, say, 20% of the pot, you only have to win, like, 1 out of 6 times. But the problem with it is, even, like, say you're losing, you only have to win 1 out of 6 times. Say you win 1 out of 4 times. That still means 3 out of 4 times you call and lose. That's like a challenging mental block to get through. Even though I only have to put in half of a blind, I didn't think it'd be a profitable call. And then there was a message, thank you for your response. In our culture, playing poker for a living is really frowned upon. So I don't really share this with my family. Thank you for sharing. I find that interesting. I'm also aware that in like some cases, being like respected by your family is a super, super big deal. A trait I am happy with in myself is that I'm not super concerned about what other people think about me. I also just realized though, like not everybody has that luxury. Like it would be very challenging if somebody important to me was like, hey, if you're not a poker player, or if you are a poker player, I won't like respect you and maintain you in my life. I have basically gone into meditation where I meditate almost every day for about probably over 10 years. My in-game camera got turned off. I'm attempting to put the camera back on. I am bad with technology, and I feel bad about it. Okay, we're back on though. So I'm a bit more zoomed in than I was. See, went raise, call. So this actually on the river, I think would have been a clever opportunity to raise, representing a flush with the ace of clubs. But it's a kind of an advanced play. Tickle in my throat. I needed a few sips of FUT to bring me back to life. I used to have a lot of respiratory issues when I was younger. I had 2 nasal surgeries that make it better. I'm just still a little bit prone to like phlegm in my chest or this. Fortunately, I have a couple of days. Like the tournament's not for 3 days. I can like really rest up, and I'm confident by time it's time to start playing. I'll be ready to go and kick butt. Take a look and see how that hand went. What do I got? Fold. Oh, I'm on the wrong hand. That's what the issue is. Okay, worth noting that this player led with King 4 and King Queen Deuce. This guy called with nothing and then chip. So, led with King 4 and then called a regular sized bet with 10-8. It's good to pay attention to what your players are doing. And I think it becomes more likely to get it to do good things against them later. Wow, everyone played the pop-up me. Good to just deal those small pots sometimes. Raising with such a hand could get a little bit dicey because it's a little hard to play. Like if I hit an 8 or an ace, I'm never going to be like excited about it. But occasionally, like that guy just came in for a call, the other person called, probably doesn't have anything. Just raising and taking down the blind is kind of nice. Snack on a protein bar. I eat a lot. Didn't get to eat dinner time with the stream. A raise on that dynamic board. A lot of outs. Ace, 6, or club. So I call that a dynamic board, which is a lot of things that could happen, like a straight or 2 flush draws. There's an up and down 2, 3, 5. So any one straight's already possible. Or an ace, 4, 6 could come in and make it even a 1 line. So any one card makes a straight, and 2 flush draws. So I call that very dynamic. This player check raised the flop, which is an okay play. Bet and then got raised and re-raised. I think it played it okay. Another option, you get re-raised on the turn. He used to just call. But on the other hand, you have a lot of outs. I do not fault him for that one. Nice little re-raise here. Just gonna mix it up. My image has been kind of tight. a little bit of the sniffles, and I gotta say, just being healthy and feeling good is just so important. Important to get a good night's sleep. I'm seeing a question in the chat. So it's a two-part question. 1, have I played tournaments in China or Asia before? Yes. I've played quite a few times in Macau. Actually, give me 2 seconds. I've played quite a few times in Macau. I played in Jeju in Korea once. I think I played in the Philippines. I would like to play in Japan at some point. Are there differences between Asian and Western poker players? There is. I mean, there's a lot of people. Like, obviously not all Asian players play the same way. American players have a reputation for being tighter. Like, more conservative. I would say Asian players sometimes are stickier, like, which might mean if it goes like raise, call, put in a big re-raise, I think an Asian player might be more inclined to call with, say, 6-4 suited than the Western player. Maybe Asian players are a little bit more likely to like play a hand because it's funny. And I think there are more big action players who are Asian. And I'll just say, like, generally, if certain, like, the common term is like VIP for someone who's perhaps not the greatest, like the most skilled poker player, and if they play big games or whatever. But I would say Asian VIPs tend to be more enjoyable to be around. Some of the sometimes like a Western VIP, they're aware that, like, just a little bit more likely to be mean. I would say Asian players are often nicer and more respectful. Let's see, stylistically. I heard stories that when, like, poker was just becoming a thing, like this half of the world, a lot of the guys, like the Chinese guys, used to be baccarat players. So they would, funny observation that exactly 5-5-5-5-5. A lot of the, so in baccarat, like, the best possible hand is a natural 9, so 2-7 or 3-6 or 5-4. Um, and there'd be stories of like a guy getting like a natural 9. Like obviously, the natural 9s are not good hands in poker, like especially 7-2, the worst possible hand. You hear stories that like a guy is playing baccarat and now is just like, ooh, 7-2, I'm gonna bet all my money with it. I heard some stories about how like the early days of the Macau games, you'd have guys playing for big money that did not really know the finer things about poker strategy. Player thought it over, I think came to the right decision. I think this guy might be a pro. Or at the very least, someone who's like trying to play good. Thinking about it over with the queen 10 suited, bet sizing, choosing reasonable hands. The next time I fold, I'm going to take like a 20-second break, run to the bathroom. As you've seen, I've drank 2 full bottles of water and 2 glasses of juice and a bowl of pop. So I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. Okay. Automatically folds you. Imagine if I come back running, I see that I had folded 2 aces. I thought a river bet might be a little bit tricky. Like, I checked out the best hand a lot. But, if I get raised, it's very problematic. And I have to get called by a worse hand. I'm setting myself open to get check raised. I like this play. There's multiple draws, leading when one of them comes in makes sense. I would have considered doing that myself, to be honest. 999. Funny flop. Ace high. It's a very quick check back, quick call. I played 179 times thus far. My CPU, my computer, it runs very loudly. Straight on board, funny. Sometimes it sounds like it's working hard. Despite the fact that I've been an online poker player for many years, study with it, I don't feel very confident in my knowledge of how to use computers. I'm going to say that this guy is Queen Jack. Just a total guess, though. It's not like I have enough information to really feel confident about it. Interesting situation. That wasn't me just suspecting I kind of spilled pot there. I'm not going to whistle. I have the urge to. Sometimes I see players whistle on like TV poker screens at the table, and I think it's obnoxious. So I found this on the bed. I'm going to raise it up. All three players behind me call. Double time extension. immediately uses 2 time extensions. As if like, oh my god, what a tough decision, and then raising. That is a situation that looks like the nuts. I didn't want to bet just one time, like on that's connected to a board. I think people are going to have like enough of a piece. And with that hand, I thought it was an okay situation to try to bluff at it. Try to get sneaky on the flop. If I hit my hand, I can get paid later. Can still bluff at it. Didn't think I was getting it through for one bluff very often. So like on Queen Jack 10, I could just be checking a good hand on the flop with all those people behind me. Fixing my camera a little bit. Thank you for the heart. Yeah, I just thought like blocking ace king, 8-9. He also could bet the flop if he has something good himself. Maybe I got my like also. I mean I bloated the pot out of position with ace 8 offsuit. Sometimes you get into like trouble with kind of trouble hands, but it is what it is. I bet pot size on the river. There are situations where you can bet even bigger, like overbet. But I thought the fear of running into like a straight would make that as a less desirable play. I thought, and also there's like 4 people. 4 people on the turn. Like, the more people involved in the hand, it's like the more you have to tread carefully about bluffing. I thought the ace 8 was like better than ace 9 for bluffing, because if he has a hand like any of the pair on board with the 9 for the up and down straight draw, I thought that would call a decent sized bet on the turn and then fold the river. Do I think I'm a better cash game player or tournament player? I play way more tournaments. One of the things that I do well is I'm pretty good at like every stack size. I know how to play with 10 big blinds. I know how to play with 20, 40, 80. Which is like one of like the big skills of being a tournament player. I play much more of it, so I think I am better at tournaments. I think they are similar, but not exactly the same game. But also, like if you're a cash game player, maybe you like always play with 100 big blinds or more. And like most situations, so like 100 big blinds, you're gonna be like super specific and on point, and accurate. Tournaments, you're gonna be like a little bit more specialized and not quite as precise in every one thing. I think they aren't exactly the same game, like even the fact like in a tournament. if you can't rebuy in a tournament, maybe you'll be less likely to want to get all in and not risk your tournament life. So I think they are similar, but not quite the same. I enjoy playing cash games when I can, especially big live cash games. Playing with deep stacks I find extra exciting. There are certain moves that are only possible when you have a lot of money in front of you. Let's just say you have 10 blinds in front of you. I can never try to move you off of 2 aces, because it's just gonna never happen. But say you have 500 in front of you and the board is 7, 6, 5, and I put out some big bets. You're gonna be aware that aces only win if I'm bluffing, you know? Let's get a good hand. So even if I had bet the flop, I would have gotten him. I just thought with a shallow stack to pot ratio, I might just get him to put in the money with something bad. Kind of funny how I said I want to get a good hand, and literally the next time I stacked the guy. I was trying to see. I believe I'm in for 30,000, but I'm not even sure. Something I like about tournaments, how in America, cash games are very political, where basically the best players aren't allowed to play, which I think is kind of cowardly. But understandable. If you play against great players, you're going to win less often. But in tournaments, it's just hey, everyone show up at 2 o'clock, the agreed upon time. trying to fix this camera a little bit. So like, yeah, you just show up at the agreed upon time for tournaments. There's no politics. No one has to like pretend like they're not a good player. You just show up and you play. Compared to cash games, you have to like be allowed to play. I'm enjoying this challenge of getting to play though. In my ideal world, I like playing games that have a big blind ante. Or just like, I guess it's online. It doesn't need to be a big blind ante. But I enjoy when the games have an ante, because then you can like fight over pots a little bit more. I think it would be a good play as a bluff. Have I won a WSOP bracelet before? For many years, there'd be an article. I hadn't. I think I had, let's see, I had second in one drop, third in the 50K, third in the PLO, third in the 5K no limit, third in the deuce to 7 single draw. For many years, they would write articles titled about how Dan Smith and how I was the best player to win. Oh! I just dropped a bottle of water. But somehow it didn't shatter. I think it just made better energy. When I'm at home, I have like a pretty decent computer setup. One of the downsides to being on the road is I don't have that. But every year they would write articles. When is Dan Smith going to finally get his WSOP bracelet? And this last year, in the $25,000 heads-up limit, so a high buy-in challenging tournament, mostly featuring some of the best players in the world, I defeated 63 players, and I was the 64th. Over, I guess, 5 or 6 matches to win. Paid $500,000. There was a huge uproar of support. A lot of the poker world just decided they didn't like the guy that I beat in the last round for playing too slowly. His name is Christoph Vogelsang. He is historically a slow player. He's like an unbelievably nice guy, though. It was kind of funny that everyone was being like, we don't want the slow guy to win, so I felt like I was getting an extra bit of support. I would say I'm a bit less emotional than your average Joe, and I was kind of taken aback by how much winning the bracelet meant to me. I mean, I suppose like I've been trying now for 13 years, and I finally did it. It was a very cool and special thing. It's actually kind of funny. I finally won my bracelet, and my initial reaction wasn't like to be overjoyed, but I wanted to talk to Isaac Haxton about 2 hands I played and like make sure that strategically I'd done okay. Like, I was embarrassed at the possibility that, like, maybe I played a hand, even though I won, maybe I played a hand bad and, like, did something silly. Nice little pickup. Good. Sometimes aggression pays off. I didn't have much hand there, but one nice little pot. Playing against amateur players and playing against professionals, there's like different challenges. And there are moves that you can make against amateurs that good players kind of have seen or like have the counters for. But for the most part, I think more of my moves are going to get through than a typical more moves are going to get through than typical. At least I hope. You never know if the game like passes you by. But I still have quite a bit of confidence in myself. I want to make this camera bigger, show off my pretty flower shirt. Here we go. I like how in tournaments, like the blinds going up just like forces action. Cash games can get slow for a while. If I was going to play small stakes, I'd rather play a small stakes tournament. Like a cash game, I mean, it's going to sound obvious, but it's about winning cash. So like say it's a game where like my buy-in's $500. If I win or lose 500, it doesn't really do much for me. But even in like a $1,000 tournament, it's like, okay, it's not about like necessarily about the money. I'm playing a tournament, you know? And like you play a $1,000 tournament, maybe it has 1,000 people, you get down to the final like 30, still talking about like a decent payday. So like it has this like compounding effect where like the deeper you go, the more exciting it is. There's also like the challenge of that. Like you end up emotionally invested when like, okay, like say you get 50th out of 1,000. Like objectively you weren't that close. But it like feels like you're very close. But like say there's 50 left, ignoring like stack sizes and whatever. Say there's 50 left, like you consider a good result, top 3. Even at that point, you're still like 3 out of 50 to get in the top. Like the most likely thing is you don't. But like I bet you had a 5% result to even get that far. So just like a long-winded way of saying most of the time you experience disappointment in tournaments. I hope we see a raise. Raise, call, bet. So he just triple barreled. My simplified strategy is in the smallest of 3 blinds. I would never call. I play I'm going to raise. I'd rather just try to get the pot heads up. Bluff. I thought a really tiny bet there. Like when the guy bets so small relative to the pot, you have to find a lot of challenging continues. Like if I bet 10% of the pot, you just can't fold very much. I'm going to take a flop. It's a small continuation bet. $44 to $87. A thing I always like to think about is what that sets up to play on the river. And in this case, we have 13, 17.5. It's like 75% pots left. So I think I only beat a bluff. It's a challenging situation to find bluffs. Fold. Shows the 10 of spades. So 10 of spades queen is possible, 10 of spades jack. If he re-raised those hands, I think I feel better about the fold having seen that. I'm not that interested in raising either the flop or the turn. I like playing pots in position, seeing what develops, protecting my weaker hands. If it was an offsuit card, I would have just paid off. And also, like, maybe he would be shoving it, like his own ace queen for value. Question. What is next for you, now that you've already accomplished so much in poker? Do you have any new goals aside from poker? So like I said, I run a nonprofit, and that I derive a lot of enjoyment and meaning from. Just complete nothing. I was kind of thinking, like, King 9, 2. A lot of his good hands are just going to want to keep betting on the ace himself, you know? As far as goals outside of poker, I mean, I want to be in good physical and mental health. I would say, having had issues with mental health in the past, feeling good in that regard is very important to me. I also want to feel good in my body. At 50 years old, you could be, like, look like kind of an old man, have a bad back, not be active, or you could still just be in impeccably good shape. So I want to age well and, like, be able to keep doing the things that I enjoy. Going with it here. When this person only limps for 200, I just think it's not that likely that I have that he has a big hand. I thought, to be honest, I could have imagined being up against two worse hands than that. I mean, honestly, I just want to be healthy and happy. I enjoy poker at the moment. I want to keep playing. For me, being in a place where I'm, like, comfortable with my mental health has always been huge. And I don't think I have to, like, worry about. I'm a very motivated person. I think the way that I will, like, derive happiness will likely come from, like, pursuing meaningful things. So I don't think I need to, like, extra push myself. I think it will just be like a byproduct. Thank you for the question. Always funny when some guy has a very tiny amount relative to the pot left. Like, this person has to be more cognizant that, like, any piece he's just not folding. I used to stay up very late. Now I go to bed, enjoy going to bed early. Waking up early. It's 9:38. I guess also, it's just like a very different thing. Like playing poker on stream is just like normally when I'm out of a hand, it's just like I can like mentally check out. I'm still trying to be entertaining. I'm trying to add more money. First, I'm going to fix my camera. Boom. 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 Tight fold. When it's a 3 blind game, so I'm putting in, I have 50 in. So like by a ratio basis, putting in 430 more is just kind of expensive. And I have 2 players behind who could like prevent me from seeing the flop. So I'm not like well versed in like the strategies of a 3 blind game. So like from a poker theory standpoint, like in a smaller blind, you want to call you don't want to enter the pot, and if you play, you probably want to come in for a raise. So I didn't think this hand was quite good enough to like that. This guy should have something pretty good when he calls an early position. Folding this on the button. I also think worth noting, like compared to the 3 blind game compared to a 2 blind game, you just have to get through 3 players, and just so then like, I mean, say the odds of like either person having a top 10 percentile hand, and there's a third person to get through, it's just like much more likely that somebody else has a good hand. So raising in the 3 players, you just have to be more cognizant of it. So it's like almost like a raising in the cutoff, but you have to be in position. Like you have to worry about the button. So it's like not quite as tight as the cutoff range, but like tighter than a 2 blind button game. Excuse me. You have an all-in wager. Cooler. wonder what this guy's avatar is. Bummer. If I had a worse hand, I might bluff. I thought Queen High could add a little possibility of winning. Excuse me. It's almost 10 o'clock, my bedtime. Actually, for these train series, I'm going to have to start going to bed at a later schedule. They start at like 3 in the afternoon and maybe play till 2 in the morning. Gonna make it a little cooler. 24 Celsius. I don't exactly know what that is. I thought that he could just be making a move with a worse hand, so I wanted to get the pot heads up against him. I wasn't super worried about any of the players behind me having a better hand that was possible. I mean, like, a hand that dominates me. Like, not only that, if, like, you have 2 8s behind me. It's not like you're excited about the situation. And I thought it would be likely that they might call, leave a little behind. Like against some players, I might put in a mini raise, like a super tiny raise. There, I want to make it such that, like, if he wanted to play, you gotta put in like almost all of his money. There was a time the American players thought this hand that I had was funny. They call it Kitchens. I think like kitchen napkins or something, like garbage. But like even good players who should know better would like re-raise with it for no reason. Simpler times. Now everyone's pretty good. $11,597 RMB to go until I get unstuck. And just for the record, that is not a healthy and intelligent way to think about the game. Like, if you get to a point where you aren't worried about being stuck, it's a great place to be. But I'm not there. I'm just checking to see if this hotel has any snacks in here. Thinking about going for a little chocolate. Unsuccessful staff mission. Have you ever played against Phil Ivey before? Was he a tough opponent? I think there was a time Phil Ivey was the best player in the world. Yes, I did play against him back then. I haven't played against Ivey in recent years. At no limit, I think he's good, but not one of the best. He's just not as sharp. There was a time when Ivey was like the most feared and respected player in the world, and like deservedly so. He kind of just kicked everybody's butt at every game. And then like he was going through some personal stuff, and also just hadn't been playing. His lawsuit, and you could just like kind of feel that like he lost his swagger. Then I played in the $50,000 WSOP Players Championship. For those who don't know, it's a mixed game tournament. So every 8 games, you rotate. You play limit games. Hold'em, Omaha, Raz, Stud, 8 or better. Triple Draw, No Limit, PLO. 8 games. And that's always kind of been his specialty. I checked on the turn trying to induce a bluff. Like when I re-raise out of the small blind, it kind of looks like I don't have anything on that kind of board. So I wanted to give him some rope to bluff at it. But yeah, I had this cool thing where, like, Ivy, I felt like was aware that, like, he wasn't the best Nolan player in the world anymore. He, like, lost some of his swagger. But in the mixed games, I was, like, much more of a novice, and, like, he's still Phil Ivey, like, and a year we went deep playing with him, like, you could feel, like, the magic that he still had. So it was cool. It was a cool experience, but still a tough player. I expect to see him in Vietnam this week as well. And come to think of it, he's had some success in the training events, for sure. Somebody just threw an egg at me, and I don't know who. I'm into it, though. Even though I have, like, an okay draw here, I could be drawing dead, I could be drawing on the wrong side. I think it's a very easy fold. But, like, it's easy to get caught up in, like, thinking that the hand is better than it actually is. Throwing a nuke at me. All right, boom. You throw a nuke at me, I hit you with an egg. Oh, okay. We're cool. I like how there's a built-in HUD. You know what? It's important to put on the squeeze play. There's like he raised from an accidental blind so that he could have anything weak, and this guy behind him is a little bit looser, let's say, and then also like getting it all in against that sack is not that big a deal. So collecting those pots really adds up, and it's easy to like play them too passively. But like those times when you get it all in, it's just like not that costly, and like stealing the whole pot is just really nice. Like non-showdown winnings do add up. Those keeping score, I'm in for 40,000. I'm now up to 41,753. Small winner. Still have an hour to go. I predict the action heats up a little bit. Thanks to y'all for watching. I'm having a good time. It's the website for letting me play. First time this week playing these cash games, and I'm into it. Hope you get to do it again. Also, thanks to all of y'all who asked questions. Otherwise, I feel like I'm talking to myself, but I'm engaging with people. That's interesting. Got a 4-bet. He's representing a lot of strength. Classic. Oh, baby. Heart, ace, or king. I'm going to cover it up on my screen. I don't know if y'all know what it means to squeeze cards, but it's like a way to like bend it. You kind of can't see what's going on. I'm going to be honest, I thought the guy raised the button. The king 10 suited jam was not a great play, but I thought I was out of position and I wanted to just take the pot down. In position, perhaps other options were more prudent. I received a like from Cockrods. CK Rods. Thanks, CK. Cowboys. For those curious, this is a resistance band. You can do exercises with it. I'm prone to having shoulder pain, and I have some like physical therapy exercises I do. This or like this, and it's a good stretch, and it reduces pain. So I always travel with these. When I play live poker, I take a lot of stand-up breaks. Just stand up, stretch out. Poker, I actually find kind of rough on my shoulders, my body in general. I think it makes sense. You're sitting there for many days, or carrying stress, etc. So it feels, I enjoy the process of, I don't enjoy it. If I spend a few minutes per day, I'm in less pain, which is great. Which is, well, a wonderful place to be. Looks like there's a bad beat. It's not a bad beat jackpot, it's a high-end jackpot. Yo, limp raise. Honestly, it's a pretty good play, too. It's bad for. Oh, my goodness. Set over set, and then one outed on the turn. Greedy river bat. Wow, he sent me a beer on my poker tip. Gotta say, this is a cool addition. So it seems like even if I bet the flop, I could have stacked him there, but. Two, three, four, five. So much options on this board. Any ace or six is a straight. And a flush is feeling very good. Two diamonds. Put in a big raise. Or somebody bluffing with one diamond, perhaps, or even no diamonds. Just going for it. Chop it up. Or as they say on the Poker Stars stream, I believe it's a Joe Stapleton quote. Everybody loves a chop pot. I'm going to be honest. I'm less into chop plots. I want to see blood. I would say deal it out until one person gets the whole thing. If he bet, I might have raised him on the river. Ace of Hearts is a very relevant card. It means he can't have enough flush. So it often tends to be a pretty good one to bluff with. I thought it was possible my hand was going to go check and win at the end, so I didn't want to bluff with it. I think also if I bet and he just has like one pair, he could just shrug and call. But if it goes check, bet, and then I bomb it, well, that's a different situation entirely. I'm generally not a sweets person, but I'm really craving something. I think I want some ice cream. I did a scout of the room for chocolate. I didn't see anything good. But after this stream ends, I think I'm going to treat myself. Interesting situation. I was kind of betting to protect my hand. Didn't want to face a big bet on the river. I thought if he called, he could have ace high. Fair bit. The way that you counter small bets is by finding raises. Basically, I assume that players aren't capable of finding the plays to put you in tough situations until they suggest otherwise. And like also like 2, 3, 4, I could have ace 5, I could 5, 6, I could have any of the pocket pairs on the board. It's not like you can just look down at 2 10s and feel good about putting in like a big raise. But it's also possible, like, when you go down a play like that, maybe he can sniff it out, sense my weakness. And then to counter that level, it's like, oh, if he's going to think that my bet looks weak, maybe I can bet small with big hands. Poker's a hard game. Pre-flop, I don't think is like a super exciting situation. But on the other hand, I have a suited ace. I'm in position against a player who could have some like speculative hands. And like the stack's getting deeper is good. Just like making an ace high flush when you're 200 bets deep. Imagine like, I mean, it's not a likely outcome, but just the thought that like I make a flush and we get to put in all of that money and he's dead. Well, that's just a great result.
Fall in love with you a little bit.
We have a raise. Oh, and a re-raise. I was like, why is my only option putting 1,400? I just want to call the 450. I'm just going to fold it. games without an ante, I think you kind of have, like, I mean, you kind of have no choice but to play tight. I'm going to put on some tunes to keep me awake and fired up for the final 45 minutes. I would play with y'all, but I know with streaming platforms, they tend to, tends not to be kosher. I don't know if people know this about me, but I would say like I'm a pretty big music fan. I have a lot of, like, I go to a lot of concerts and shows. I'm going to listen to some Florence and the Machine, who's one of my favorite artists. If you don't know her, I'd recommend checking them out. Their song Dog Days of Summer is a real, I would think is their biggest hit. And they also have a big song. I mean, she has a bunch of big songs, but Ship to Wreck, Shake It Out are also bangers. I'm going to fold this one. Kind of a trouble hand with a lot of people behind. I'd rather have a smaller kicker or be suited, or the one card was bigger. Of course, I would have drilled the flop. I guess even then, though, it's like, okay. Not like I have a huge hand and he could have a ton of draws against me. I didn't feel good about that bluff. I did it anyway. Now I'm trying to fold and... Good play, good play. I like betting there on the turn. I kind of like match representing like king, queen, king, jack. And with one diamond in my hand, if another diamond comes in, I have a good hand to bluff with. On the other hand, it's a reason for bluff betting with an ace there. It's nice that the ace isn't over. If he has a pair of kings, 3 outs to beat it compared to drawing dead, which is a big deal. Funny that he just folds. He could have had a 3 and just had the best hand right now. I could win. No. Flush. All right, chose my next couple of songs, getting fired up. My new travel strategy. Sometimes I think it can be challenging for me on the road sometimes. But I have a pillow that I really like at home, so I've been traveling with it. Seems like the game's tightened up over the last little bit. Let's see if I can make some action happen. Because your mom. He got me with a small bet. Well done. Ready for hands there. Sizable bet. Well, if he's bluffing, it's probably like 8-10 or queen 10 or 5-6 or 6-7. Good value bet. Played me like a fiddle. If you made a small bet, I would have stuck around with the backdoor flush draw. 2 backdoor straight draws. When he bets that big. We got love. All right, let's get hot for the last 30 or so minutes. Dang it. My hype song just turned on. Spectrum, Say My Name. Florence, and I believe it's a remix with somebody, maybe Calvin Harris. A thought crossed my mind of raising with the 210s. Getting technical, like, I don't think you want to do it too much of the time. And I also thought it's one of those things where you want to have a spade in your hand, so just for a handful of reasons. Generally, you want cards that like interact with other cards. Like there's 2 spades out there, having a spade in your hand, it's less likely they have a flush draw, or if it comes in, or if like you hit your card. It's like say on this board, you could have 2 of diamonds, 2 of clubs, compared to the other 2s. If you hit a 2, you know it's not a flush card. And the river is a better situation. But it was kind of like a weak looking bet. The guy in the middle, yeah, he could just call it like king, queen. Why just make it? Big raise out there. They're just in a tough spot, you know? But I'll try not to raise too much. Hey Siri, what time is it in Las Vegas? Time zones are hard. Vegas to Vietnam is like one of the most challenging time zones out there too. Checking out the ice cream menu from room service because it's gonna be one of those kind of days. This trend of not giving out real menus. Oh, I don't like QR code menus. I don't want to scroll through 30 pages. So I really like Vietnamese food. But I gotta say, Vietnamese breakfast, in my opinion, I'm sorry, Vietnamese desserts, not really my favorite. Texturally, it's a lot of like squishy things. Not, I like more firm desserts. That's all I gotta say about that. Hopefully I got him. Oh boy. Feeling it this time. Oh. 9 for the chop, king for the win, diamond for the win. Oh my god, he made a full house. Let's see if I can give him a thumbs up. Good raise. Maybe it's just an easy raise. I underestimated him. Kind of a station. Maybe even re-raising the river would have been a better play. So we limped a couple of good. I don't know if it was the same guy who limped the queens under the gun. 58,000 hands. Ooh, very low PFR. Honestly, that was just a bad play by me. Passive. I thought we had a raise coming in, and I was going to call, and then probably have to face a big bet. Or I thought maybe I'd have to face a big bet on the river, but then you actually, I think the idea of like knowing what you're going to do on the river is kind of overrated because like the rivers are just so different, and your opponent can take many different actions. But there, it's like okay, he's representing a straight. Maybe I could beat that. Maybe he's bluffing. Maybe he just has two pair. This is one of those kind of trouble hands. We're out of position. We're deep. We just want something either suited or a bit more connected. I mean, it tells you how many hands these people have played. I wonder what kind of time frame we're talking about. Like 58,000 hands. Please call it 100 hands an hour. 580 hours. Some volume. Maybe multi-tables. One of those kind of transparent bets. Betting for protection. It calls like expect to have the best hand, cheap showdown. I think like certain players might be capable of check raise in there, but it's kind of a hard play to find. It's ice cream time. Hi, may I make an order for room service, please? Hi, could I please get an order of vanilla ice cream? Yes. Chocolate. Yes. That will be it, thank you. Okay, thank you. So they said 40 minutes for ice cream. So I thought it took about 40 minutes. But ice cream seems like it's quicker. Maybe we're just in a sleepy town. By like sleepy town, I mean like everything cuts down kind of early. I don't know. But I've always had this theory about poker where like you kind of have like a finite amount of discipline. Where like at every opportunity, you can be like, ooh, I'm going to play this marginal hand. And then just like you choose not to. And then when it's done, you're like almost out of discipline. I once was playing these very big games on the internet where like we were winning and losing hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. And I really was just eating a ton of ice cream at that point in my life. Like the session would go by and be like, yeah, I need some. What do we think the chance that I win here is? I will say 13%. Maybe that's just too low. Maybe it's just a lot higher than that. Cowboys. With that stack and that depth, my strategy is basically just going to be I'm going to throw out a tiny bet there with every hand and then proceed accordingly. So it was like 10 of hearts, 3 of hearts, 3 of spades. If he has like 8, 9 of spades, he's going to take off with that, you know? Or like he's going to like make some moves even without the 10. But of course, checking is tempting because if he's like Jack 5 and hits a Jack, I win the rest of his money. So I have been pretty speculatively raising from this third blind, and to be honest, like I don't think it's definitely the way that you're supposed to, like the most correct way to play. I also just think these players aren't really punishing me for it enough, and I can get away with it. received a like. Thank you for the like. Last 10 minutes, up a little bit. Let's see if I can finish strong. Got a Lambo. What a gift. Fun fact. Poker player Mike Donald had a yellow Lambo and at a party at his house. Poker player Mike Mad Dog Watson peed on it. They were good friends and they had some sort of agreement on it, but that doesn't mean I mean, it's still kind of a ridiculous thing to do. Peeing on somebody's car, always crazy. Even more so when it's a Lamborghini. It's gonna be a weed fold. Out of position, it wasn't even a small raise. Thought it might get me into trouble. Seven minutes left, up 4,400. Maybe I'm reading into it, but the player, I mean, maybe he's just playing on his phone. Something just like happened in his life, but it seemed like he was considering the flop for a little bit. I didn't want to bet and get check raised off of my gut shot, and decided to take a free card. I mean, timing tells are kind of tough. Like, yeah, what if the guy's just doing whatever he's doing in his life, you know? What just happened? here are the games. My incessant tap. I'm a fidgeter, as is evidenced by me like playing with toys. I just did a little tapping, and I think I just made it disappear. Oh man, that's a bummer.